Strike one. Strike two, but it went out. So easy to be the king of lo-fi. Live from Vienna, watching the Blackie Fitzpatrick Show.
Everybody else wants you to know.
Look, starting up the Blackie Respect Show, I'll be honest with you, is very easy. Finishing it is easy too. And the stuff in the middle, it's mega easy. This is called my startup, by the way. Look. Clink! Cheers from Vienna. Today's show is called After Math Is ? Yeah, the walrus isn't here. That's why I get to be loud sometimes. Sometimes I'd like the contrast of me talking like, whatever, my bassy, Barry White, my low voice. I get really close to the computer and everything gets all bassy and Barry White. Now I'm starting to sound jabby. And I like to get loud. Look. I know I'm coming on early. It is now 2049. You're watching the Blackie Fitzpatrick Show, the king of lo-fi, live from the 10th district of Vienna, Austria. Look, live from the Blackie Fitzpatrick Library Studios. Look. No, for me, it's a Saturday, evening. What's today's date? It is 23/11/2019. Whoa! A lot of numbers. This is called my startup once again. For anybody's just joining, they're going, I thought I was looking for a hashtag beer. Clink! Cheers from Vienna. No, actually, some people actually might find me. I don't really use the WhatsApp or Twitter and all that stuff. I'm just a YouTube junkie. I'm drinking Wieselberger. The brewery started in 1770. That means Mozart was drinking this stuff. Clink! Cheers from Salzburg. No, when you watch the Black and Fit Special show, look. It's supposed to be like not really like a roller coaster ride. This is a pretend scratch. Maybe a roller coaster ride for kitties. And I don't mean kids. I mean like cats. Cats don't like roller coaster rides, but they like it a little bit. Look, I knew a cat. I had a cat one time for a while when I was younger, and the cat used to like to take baths. Go figure. Everybody says cats don't like water. Incorrect. Some dogs don't like water. Most do. Like any dog. Let me slow things down a little bit here. Okay? This is my startup once again. I'm on early. This is called a warm-up. I'm going to do my real show later. If anybody shows up now, that's great. I'm looking at a picture of the Doobie Brothers. Don't try to talk to me. Although I will read it tomorrow when I post-produce my show. No, my startup is I always talk about what did I do? What did I do today? Well, I feel silly saying this. The obvious. I woke up early today, actually, without the alarm clock. Maybe I'll go to bed early tonight. Early to bed, early to rise, all that stuff. I'm going to try the backwards version. I almost feel like I have jet lag. You know, the red eye. Oh, how hard is it to go from California to New York City? Oh, the time change is murder. I'm bragging. I live on the other side of the planet. So whatever. No, don't get me wrong. The USNA is huge. I was born in Framingham, Massachusetts, and that was small. Look. After math is question mark. Look, I've been thinking about this for at least the last couple of minutes. I think after math is acceptance. The word jubal comes to my mind. I don't know why I thought about it, the word jubal. It's a hard word to use in a song. Jubility? No. Jubilize? No, that sounds... Look, the show is PG-13. You're allowed to say jubilize. If you want to swear in the chat, please do it in a foreign language. Okay? My daughter might be watching. My mother might be watching. Show some common decency. It's my request. I'm not a Quaker. I'm just an asshole. Actually, I love a lot of these other YouTube shows and stuff, and they do a lot more promo than I do. I'm just like a sitting duck in Flint, Michigan. Look. The show is not political. I don't even vote. The show is not religious. I'm a Christian. Okay, so I woke up and did my normal meditation stuff. I always liked it. 2 hours of nothing. Well, if I thought of anything, it's none of your business. That's my Don Rickles joke. Look, if I'm ever funny, it means I'm plagiarizing. Usually I try to quote where I got it from. I love Don Rickles. I had rehearsal today together with Philip and Anna from Vinehara. If you don't know Vinehara by now, that means you're new. All you have to do is try to figure out how to spell it. WEINHARA. and go to YouTube and you can watch silly videos of me. That was kind of good, actually. No, I talked to my mother and my daughter for a little bit. That was nice. No, that's kind of my day. I'll tell you, after yesterday was a full day. If anybody missed my shows on Facebook, I know a lot of people say, hey, I hate Facebook, and that's fine. That's fine. Including my sister. Hi, Jill. I mean, Gil. Look. I can't get no satisfaction. Incorrect. I know I like the next part is, but I try. But then it goes back into, but I still can't get any satisfaction. Look, Mick Jagger, I don't know I think you wrote the lyrics. Great song. Negative. Cheers from you. I'm not saying you can't. Look, I'm trying to, look. Juxtapose my show around a beautiful pinkish orangish glow that makes you feel warm and cozy inside. Cheers from Vienna. No, I did post-produce my shows from yesterday. That was after I meditated before Weinhara. I definitely laughed out loud at least 3 times, which for me is an A+. I'm going to put the chat on in a minute. I'm going to look. I'm finalizing my startup for anybody who's just joined. My startup this is pretend scratch, by the way. I don't have eyebrow problems. This is pretend. No, I'm going to play a song, then I'll turn the chat on, see if anybody's here. I know, once again, I'll say it again. I'm early. Because the walrus isn't here, and I'm awake. And I like listening to music. Well, for me, it's hi-fi, but for you guys, lo-fi. I love being the, what's this called? The messenger? No, don't shoot the messenger. Yeah, I am kind of like a messenger. No, I'm the king of lo-fi. Look, I even have a shirt that says it. I don't think anybody doubts that. I am the king of lo-fi. That means I do YouTube parties. Look, if nobody's here, I just play music that I want to hear. I don't care anyway. I want to watch it the next day. I'm an analyzer. But I don't like scalpels. Look, if it was like I don't know, like some situation, right? Whatever. I don't want to paint an ugly picture. If I needed to use the scalpel, look, I watched the TV show MASH. Probably could figure it out. I like the part when they wash their hands and then they put their hands up and then the nurses put their gloves on. Do be clean. And then you just cut up stuff. Yes, I have a PhD in music. I know because I wrote the own piece of paper in my head. Or to be a real doctor, like a medical doctor, MD. Not this lifetime. I think I did it before, or I'm going to do it in my next life. I don't know. Look, I got the music bug. So let's go into music. Oh man, I tell you, this is always my challenge. I love. What is the first song that Blackie's going to play? I'll be honest with you. It's always a challenge to try to follow the Doobie Brothers. I know I only played the intro, the verse, the bridge, and the first chorus, and then I start opening up my mouth. But the whole song is great. Maybe I should just play the whole song. Oh, that's right. It repeats afterwards. So it's only basically 2 parts. Look. I always like to experiment with what song can I play, and I like to play songs that some people hate, and I know you love me for it. I also love to play songs that people love, and that's when I start to judge my own self. But usually in the beginning, I usually, because I'm in my startup mode, I have to go to a go-to. Oh, now I know. My daughter was singing this song. What's it called? I think I got it wrong. Google. No, I did get it wrong. Oh, now I remember. Okay. My brain just turned back on. But bear with me. Actually, I don't think I never played this song before. Bear with me. Don't leave me yet. Yeah, but that. Okay. This is where it gets tricky. Now I got it. You were watching the Black. Hold on a second. 2104. I have to say this for myself because sometimes when I post produce, I go, what time was it? Hey, it's 9 o'clock, 4 minutes past the hour here in Vienna, Austria. Whatever time zone you're in, do the math. Aftermath is, I don't really think I even need to say anything anymore. I should, hold on a second. Shut my mouth? No, that's Spanish. Cierra la boca. Shut my mouth? Shut the mouth is Cierra la boca. I like that one. In German, they say goosh. Yeah, once again, if you want to swear, do it in a foreign language. But saying smash mouth, is that a swear? I don't know. Could be. Probably not.
All right, state your name and power.
I am the Waffler. With my griddle of justice, I bash the enemy in the head, or I burn them like so.
Next. Hi, I am Pencilhead.
And I am son of Pencilhead.
We erase crime from generations. Right, thank you. I'd say there's potential.
I love these long intros.
Somebody once told me the world is gonna roll me. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. She was looking kind of dumb with her finger and her thumb in the shape of an L on her forehead. Well, the years start coming and they don't stop coming. Back to the rules and I hit the ground running. Didn't make sense not to live for fun. Your brain gets smart, but your head gets dumb. So much to do, so much to see. So what's wrong with taking the back streets? You'll never know if you don't go. You'll never shine if you don't glow. Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star. Get the show on, get paid. Only shooting stars make your home. It's a cool place, and they say it gets colder. You're bundled up now, wait till you get older. But the media man begs to differ, judging by the hole in the satellite picture. The ice we skate is getting pretty thin. The water's getting warm, so you might as well swim. The world's on fire, how about yours? That's the way I like it, and I'll never get bored. Hey now, you're an all-star, get your game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star, get the show on, get paid. Only shooting stars make your home. Hey now, you're an all-star, get your game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star, get the show on, get paid. Only shooting stars. Somebody wants, how could I stand some change for gas? I need to get myself away from this place. I said, yeah, what a concept. Could use a little fuel myself, and we could all use a little change. Well, the end's not coming, and they don't stop coming. Back to the rules, and I'll hit the ground running. Didn't make sense, nothing look for fun. The brain gets smart, but your head gets dumb. So much to do, so much to see, so what's wrong with staying in the back streets? You'll never know if you don't go. You'll never shine if you don't go. Hey now, you're an all-star, get your game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star, get the show on, get paid.
All that glitters is gold.
Only shooting stars make your home.
All that glitters is gold.
Only shooting stars make your home.
Smash Mouth with their smash hit single All Star. My brain was doing a little bit of caviar, and I couldn't figure it out. But then I remembered All That Glitters Is Gold. And thank you, YouTube. You told me it's from Shrek. No, my daughter was singing the song to me. She knows all the words. And I said, "What's the name of that group?" I thought it was Sum 41. And she was like, "I don't know who." She said, "It's from Shrek." And I'm like, no, there's a group that did it first. Smash Mouth. Talk about a one-hit wonder. I love it. JB, you got your conspiracy theories. I love it when the mafia works together with the music business. We got JB, we got Kiwi Level, we have political foolishness. I think I saw Meredith earlier. And if I missed your name, it doesn't really matter. Look. This is an early show. Sometimes this is the best part, actually. Yes, I post-produced yesterday's show. You guys were all great. JB, you made a good joke. You said something like in pure Boston. You were like, "That's some good content there." I know. Look, I don't know what level you were at, but you're right. That was some good. I don't know who you. Maybe it wasn't what I was saying. Maybe it was something in the chat. But you were on my show, and it says, "That's some good content there." No. But sometimes I like the my warm up shows better than the real one. Like whether you're lucky or not, you're with me, and I love all you guys like super crazy glue, and especially my lurkers. The lurkers, you guys, like I see the numbers go up and down like crazy glue. Like, how many people were in my chat yesterday, for example? Right? Anybody want to guess how many people? You know already. Anybody who was on my show yesterday, how many people were in the chat? And then if you maybe you guys can't find it because they ban me all the time. But they don't ban me here in Vienna. So I can actually watch the show the next day and I see the numbers go up like, okay, Kiwi says 10. Okay. Guess how many people watched it? Right. Clink. Yeah, I'm on the Wieselberger. Cheers from Vienna. No, I'll be honest with you. I'm in a really good mood. And I actually have I actually have two reasons. I'm not going to tell you what they are, but I have two reasons why I'm in a really good mood today. Hey, for a Saturday, I'm in a really, really good mood, and I hope you are too. If you're not, look. We do this. I can't. I'm way. Hey, Joan, I'm way too much in a good mood. Do the smile thing. Look, please be happy. I am. You take the corner of your lips. Even if you have to force it, it works. Pull it up. And you have to say, and when you say, the body just goes, ooh, crazy glue. I just thought of something really, actually a story that I want to tell you guys, but then I just forgot it. I'm looking for requests. This is an all request show. So if you want to hear music in lo-fi, you know where to go. Blackie Fitzpatrick Show on the Alec Whittier channel. Yeah, I think I sang Sinatra last night. No, actually, Kiwi, I think I actually broke. One time I saw it, my thing said 12. But when I turned it on the next day, it said 39. What's up with that? How does 12 turn into 39? Okay, yeah. Now I remember I missed a lot of requests yesterday. Okay, Kiwi, cold as ice, foreigner. Okay, here's my story. I never met the guys from Foreigner, but I did live in London, and now I wanted to type in London. No, cold as ice. It's a great song, actually. I love the song. No, yeah. When I was doing my show yesterday on the street, it was mega cold. And today I decided to double up. So when I walked outside, I looked like an Eskimo. Okay? I was like, look, I looked like Bjorg. I was like, look, Iceland. I was, look. Actually, Iceland is warmer than Greenland. How come Greenland's called Greenland when Iceland's called Iceland? Look! I'm not going to make a global warming joke. But I do love playing requests, and I love this track. No, I was going to say something. I forgot it. Good. That's a good sign, actually. I think it's time for me to get another beer. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi live from Vienna. Oh, commercial. This says, give money to charity to help kids. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi.
You're willing to sacrifice our love. You never take advice. Someday you'll pay the price. You leave the world behind. You You know what you are.
Speaking of happy 28th anniversary, and that's funny joke, Raging. Cold as ice, but you look 28 more years, then call it quits. That's probably about what I would do as well. Look. I think this one is going out by request now for political foolishness. Edward Bear, Close Your Eyes. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. Oh, this is By Sliders. I had this one yesterday. By Sliders. It's getting cold. Edward Bear.
When she came back home last night, asked her where she'd been. Said I've been around the world and it almost did me in. She said, I hope you didn't wait too long. I have no sense of time. See, you've written one last song and I realize it's mine. Think of all the times it's on. Sing a nursery rhyme. Close your eyes, I'm right beside you. Run for miles, you know I'll find you. 'Cause it's all the same. Change your colors, change your name. If you need a friend, close your eyes, I'm back again. Billy came back home last night. Seemed as if she'd changed. Said that she'd go back to school and try things once again. And she knew it didn't take too long till she lost her way. And all the reason in the world that said she couldn't stay. 'Cause I helped her pack her things. It didn't hurt to say, close your eyes, I'm right beside you. And run for miles, you know I'll find you. 'Cause it's all the same. Change your lovers, change your name. If you need a friend, close your eyes, I'm back again. 'Cause it's all the same. Change your lovers, change your name. If you need a friend, close your eyes, I'm back again.
Edward Bear, Close Your Eyes. That's for political. Look. Raging, here's my present for you. And I'm sorry that your wife is not feeling well, but tell her to I will play what it looked like in lo-fi. And I don't know if that's really good for your mega anniversary, but knowing me, look, Raging, and knowing you, you know what I'm going to play. You want the king of lo-fi. Knowing me, knowing you, that was dedicated for Rage Occasion's anniversary. Raging comes in, he says, the key to a happy marriage is to take a day for date night. Only problem is mine doesn't always show up. I think the key to a happy marriage, I don't understand yet, but Raging, I'm going to meet you up in heaven, and we'll share notes. Look, I'm working on my fourth wife right now. I hope it's not my fourth ex-wife, the Walrus. She's not here right now. That's why I'm like in a good mood. Kiwi, I love you. Thank you for reminding me that I should make JB happy, but I don't think I could ever piss off JB. Look, he's a masshole and I'm a masshole. We know that is look. For anybody who's not from Massachusetts, the dumbest thing in the world to do if you're from Massachusetts is to start a fight with somebody from Massachusetts. Usually we like to start fights with people from Connecticut or Rhode Island. You don't take out another masshole because you might lose. The show's PG-13. You guys can do whatever you want. But here's my request for JB, because JB, you planted the seed. Is it too early for me? Okay, I'm not going to talk about that. Okay, that's another later joke. I might have a surprise for later. I know people say surprise, surprise, surprise. JB, I'm going to play a song for you, and I bet you 1 Bitcoin. Okay, that's a lot. I bet you 1/10 of a Bitcoin that you will not figure out what song I'm going to play right now. I gave you a clue. Hold on, I'm going to turn the chat on. If you're listening to me, I know sometimes people don't listen. They just join the chat. It's hard doing the chat and listening to me at the same time. I get that part. I am going to play a song. I gave you the clue. I said you planted the seed. Now JB scratching his head going, oh, no. Blackie's putting me on the spot. And by the way, I want to apologize for killing the show last night prematurely. The walrus turned it off by accident. It was actually it was collateral damage. She said, Blakey, keep the show on longer. I want to hear a song. I said, okay. She said, I want to put the speakers in. But instead of unplugging the speaker thing, which is over here, she unplugged the power, which is over there. And I was like, oh, well. I said, I don't care. I was going to play the Doobie Brothers and kill it anyway. And she said, no, I want to hear one more song. And I was like, okay. I said, put it on. And then she pulled out the power for the laptop. Anyway, this is JB, I'm sorry if I missed your request. Look, my chat's moving like super crazy glue. If anybody thinks I scroll up all the time to like figure out what everybody's saying, and people who are smart, Meredith said War Pigs. If I remember, I'll play War Pigs. I love that track. But I saw Kiwi. I just look at the chat once in a while, and then usually I'm disco dancing. Usually I'm like just doing like or grabbing a beer, right? Look, I got bigger fish to fry. It's not just this show. I'm doing this for myself. And I'm glad you guys are having fun. Last night I premiered a show, a song on my show, and it was by request for JB. And you know what? I want to play it again. 40 Below Summer, with their song called Falling Down.
Mach jetzt den C&A-Stil der Stadt. Anzug nur 49,90 €.
Buy clothes, it's half sale. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. This is also by request. Hope it sounds great on your end.
It's a god-awful small affair to the girl with the mousy hair, but her money is yelling no, and her daddy has told her to go, but her friend is nowhere to be seen. Now she walks through the sunken dream to the seats with the clearest view, and she's hooked to the silver screen. But the film is a sad thing more, for she's lived it 10 times or more. She could straight to the eyes of fools, but they ask her to go. So sing it's a big show. Take a look at the oh, hey, I'm a young guy. Oh, hey, wondering if this was love. Who's in the best-selling show? Who's the life on Mars? It's on America's tortured brow. Mickey Mouse has grown up a cow. Now the workers have struck the fame. Lemons on sale again. See the mice in their million hordes. From my people to the northern roads. Moving tenures out of bounds. To my mother, my dog and clowns. But the devil is a sad revolt. 'Cause I don't think 10 times or more. It's about to be written again. As I ask you to know what's on the take a look at the it's another selling show. It's a life on
David Bowie with his song called Life on Mars. Look, you're watching the Becky Fitzpatrick Show warm-up tonight. It is now 2138 you're watching. Look, live from Vienna. I'm from Massachusetts. Cut me some slack. Look, I have this song in my head. Good, I'm going to get it out. Oh, now I understand this. Oh, I have to spell it right. Look. Sometimes it looks like smooth sailing. Sometimes the experience is don't throw rocks in your path. The path is already clear. I want to play the different version though. I have to find this one. This is the Austrian version. People might know hold on a second. Can I find it? Wow, I did. 100,000 views. Look. This is a cover version of a song. Look, you can Google it if you really care, but you might recognize the melody. This was, I don't want to use the word competition because I had the same record deal with these guys. They were on BMG Records, and which is now Sony. So we both had deals with Sony, and there was a group from South Africa, and I was the group from Vienna, and we used to share this. Look, but they did a cover song, and it got them a little bit of success. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. If anybody knows, you get a full Bitcoin for this one. Who? I'm not even going to say anything. I already gave you a couple clues. What's the name of the group, and what is the name of the song, and who did the cover? That's a 3-point question. You got to answer all three. You get 1 Bitcoin. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi.
I want to give it all to you. In the darkness, so much I was laying at your feet. Girl, I was made for you. Girl, you were made for me. I was made for loving you, baby. You were made for loving me. I can't get enough of you, baby. I can't get enough of you. I wanna see it in your eyes. Feel the magic. Something that drives me wild. We're gonna make it all come true. Girl, you were made for me. Girl, I was made for you. I was made for loving you, baby. You were made for loving me. I can't get enough of you, baby. Can you get enough of me? I was made for loving you, baby. You were made for loving me. And I can't get enough of you, baby. Can you get enough of me?
Look. This is pretend scratch. See this? That's all pretend. I know I have a small intimate crowd. Well, I got a handful of people here. I know I'm on early. It is now 2148. I'm just going to play. Ooh, actually, this is a song I really, really love. Hold on a second. I don't think I ever played this one before. David Sylvian was this song called Forbidden. I hope this is, I want the studio version. Yep. David Sylvian with this song called Forbidden Colors. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. Hope it sounds great on your end.
Never seem to was to believe.
away from you. All the beats of my heart. I always since this year's thunder, millions are willing to give their lives. Love freely home. Willing to go with feelings of love. My hands in the soil, buried inside of my smile. My love was forbidden. Although walking in circles while counting the very ground, trying to show when questioning faith in everything. I've done away from you. The cross or a chain of
Sylvian and Sakamoto with their song called Forbidden Colors. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Oh, here's a commercial. It says, buy a new phone. Look, I love it when I'm holding on to a beautiful moment and YouTube says, go screw yourself. The show is PG-13. You can say that. Like, what do I expect? I get this for free, right? Until they want to kill me. Meredith, yeah, you're coming up next. Look. I want slow down. I'm talking to myself. Slow down, Nelly. Put the blinders, like mega blinders. Stevie Wonder. Kick it up a notch. Level up. Look. When you watch the Breakfast Special show, I wanted to say, I hit this, all this brilliant ideas in my head, and then all of a sudden this commercial came on, and then I lost my train of thought. Oh, well. Is it the beer? No, Meredith, I'm still on the 5.0 stuff. This is lightweight stuff, and I ate food. Today I got the classic chicken burger from 1955, and I spent a lot of money actually for it. And it had lettuce, tomato, and onion, special sauce, suspect, Uh, it was only a limited amount of special sauce, and I was like, this is dry. This is dry. Then I got the special sauce, and I was like, oh yeah, okay, Big Mac special sauce. Look, don't get me wrong. I like Thousand Island. I said 1,000. I like Thousand Island dressing. Look, some people say it's just tomato and mayonnaise. Look, don't ruin my look. Sometimes I think I can control my dreams. If I can't control the exterior, well, you have the elements. So that's kind of a tricky one, right? To control the exterior. So that means, look, I studied logic at University of Massachusetts. So if look, if the exterior is a variable, right? We're talking calculus and all that stuff, right? So, like, go through the math of it. That's called exterior. So if I look at the interior, does that mean I'm in control of the interior of my own existence? Yep. Pretty cool. Look. No, I'm not even joking right now. I know a lot of people think that. What do you think? I write these jokes? I'm just talking off. Look. Just talking off the cuff. Look. Did I study and read and write? And yeah, Jamie bought my book. Yeah, buy it. Here's the book. Hold on a second. I'm supposed to do this once a week as a joke. Buy my book. It's under Blackie Fitzpatrick. You can get it on BarnesandNoble.com or Amazon.com. Pick the one you hate the most, and go to the other one. No, it's a real book. Look, it has a thing. Look, Jamie bought it. And thank you again, Jamie, for reading it on your show. I really enjoy it. It's really funny, actually. Meredith says she is at the good level right now. Good. Girlfriend, clink. Cheers from Vienna all the way to Arkansas. You're good in my book. And yes, I will play your requests. But I know, now I remember, I had a story about this. It's actually one of my biggest videos that I ever made under Blackie Fitzpatrick. Requiem, Introitus by Mozart on classical guitar. That was the request that Meredith gave me. Look. I made this video a long time ago. And, well, YouTube tells me 6 years ago. I think it was 6.7, but look, I'll cut them some slack. But I almost broke 5,000. For me, this is like a big video. And nobody ever did, that's what I wanted to say. This is the last piece of music that Mozart ever wrote. I know a lot of people are not like, look, it's not a prerequisite to be like a classical music expert. I'm not, but I'm definitely exposed. But this is me, like it says 6 years ago. I kind of look the same. And it's a video. This is a pretend scratch. It's a video of me. I should put the link in. I think most people know this already, but Meredith, thank you. You're making me blush internally. This is what I'm talking about. On Mozart's deathbed, he wrote a tiny little melody on a piece of paper. After he died, they turned it into a symphony called Requiem. He didn't write the symphonies. A guy from Germany wrote it. That's a true story. He didn't finish it. He died. But they were like, hold on a second. This is Mozart's last notes. And I was fascinated by that. Like David Bowie's last music and, look, Queen, look, it's Nirvana, look. People who are connected to God, that this show is not religious. I believe in God. People who are connected to God sometimes get tiny little presents. On their deathbed. I'm not going to start crying, but I heard a great, I'm going to cry. Look, I had ghost chilies. If you didn't watch my show on Facebook, watch my show on Facebook. It's worth it. Even the ghost chilies, those are tears of joy. Right now I have tears of joy as well because I have a thought in my head. I'm going to try to see if I can mutter the words. This one's going to get me. I know I have a small intimate crowd, and you guys know me anyway, so I can be myself, right? Press 1. Can I be myself, or should I pretend to be whatever? My mother shared a story with me today. And it's kind of weird for me saying this out loud, maybe a little bit. I'm sorry, but I need to get it off my chest. The walrus is away. I haven't told anybody the story. And when the walrus comes home, she's going to be the first one I want to talk to, in person. I need a big hug. Meredith, I don't blame you. Making a joke there. When I thought about Mozart's last piece of music, look, girlfriend, I get a rear view mirror, and I can look straight, and I can look left, and I can look right. It's maybe a blessing, maybe a curse, but I accept my life. Sometimes I see things, and other people don't see them. And as I get older, I'm getting pretty good at, I'm honing my craft. No, I have to say, my mother just told me that my show is PG-13. My dad spoke for the first time in 3 months. I knew it was going to hit me. He hasn't spoken for 3 months, okay? Look, Mozart, before he died, damn, this is harder than I thought it was going to be. Look, one never knows, right? Alzheimer's is a fun disease, isn't it? Drink! Cheers from Vienna. My mother didn't hear, so this all could be hearsay. But for the record, my dad, everybody, look, Alzheimer's is a killer, right? So my dad's on death row. He's been there for like a while, but he hasn't spoken for months. And for the record, they said he actually talked. And he said, damn. I'm going to have to play ABBA or something after this. For anybody who's actually listened to me talk, my dad opened his mouth up for the first time in 3 months and he said, "Where am I?" It's poetic. And it's a great question, Dad. I love you. Where am I? Think about it. Where am I? It's a great question. He didn't make a statement. He asked a question. He came out of a zombie that they've been doping him up and all this stuff he's going through and all this weird stuff. And he's slowly coming back. He's still kicking. He's been fighting this disease. I guess it was determined anyway. I noticed the first signs about 6 years ago, and I was like, there's something wrong with Dad. He keeps on calling me Tim. And that's the guy who mows the lawn. And I was like, there's something funny going on here. And my dad's a fighter. And he's I tell you, he's fighting it. But he had his face, he was like, I don't know, what do they call it? Coma? And he came out. He still has Alzheimer's. I don't know. He has to take another pill for that one. I don't know. Hopefully I know there's a new law that says the right to try. So maybe they're giving him these pills or something. He was like, he said 3 simple words. Where am I? There's a longer story to it, but I'm not going to say the other part because everything is suspect. I've been using this word a lot this month. Suspect. But officially, the story about Mozart's last words were not words, actually. There's no lyric. He did title it. He called it Requiem. He was writing a song for his father's death. I think that's why I got so emotional. And I'm in Vienna, so that was like a triple whammy. No, thank Meredith, I love you. Don't worry. You know how to get to me. It's a good trick. I hope we stay friends. And I looked online because I wanted to learn how to play this song on classical guitar, and nobody did it. And I was like, huh? So I had the opportunity. I learned it myself. So I'm the first one who did it. I got 4,600 views. By request from Meredith. Introitus by Mozart on classical guitar. the type of thing we like in the Blank Respect Show. The word new. I love to play new music, new requests, and thanks, guys. For and my mom just joined, so look, I got emotional, and I don't know, Mom. I like Meredith, so Mom Zoom talk to Meredith in private. This is going out by request. You know who requested it. You're watching the king of lo-fi. Oh, it sounds great on your end. I'll turn it up. By request, that was Box Air on G string. Look. I tell you, look. Trust me, I'm still doing a show. Number two, I taught my daughter it's better to let it out than to keep it in. And look, I get one more track, and then I'm going to do like the mega shift. Look, I'm not trying to be a downer for anybody here. Okay, no, look, Raisin, how do I say this? I'm jealous in a positive way. I love saying that. Look, my book is called I'm Close. I have a lot of friends they're millionaires right now. I have a lot of ex-girlfriends who were doctors and millionaires. That's the one I can't figure out yet. How come doctors don't like me? There's a joke in there somewhere. You have to write it. PG-13. When you watch it, look. Meredith, I don't know. When I put, that was my Mozart song. Now we went to Bach. This is a song I really love to learn how to play on the piano. And if you listen to it, it sounds like it's really easy. And I think everybody knows this melody. If you know what the title is, you get a Bitcoin. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. I'll learn this song. I love it. That was Satie with a very, very famous melody. Oh, this says subscribe. Okay, I'm killing that one. Look. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Look, when you watch the Black Fitzpatrick show, everything is about acceptance. Life, death. Options. I love that word options. The word options feels like freedom, doesn't it? Sometimes people look. Sometimes people say there is no option. You must do this, that, or the other thing. And I've been talking about this for the last week or two. It's the other thing that I have a problem with. Am I a punk rocker? Give me a break. I'm over 50. This and that, I kind of figured out. I love my life. And if you're still breathing, you got a heartbeat, I hope you're loving your life as well. You don't have to. That's the freedom part. One can be enveloped. That's a word I don't use a lot. Enveloped. That's a great word. Devoured. Enveloped. Look. I'm trying to come up with another word. That's enough, isn't it? To be enveloped. This is a pretend scratch. To be enveloped in a concept, an idea, a direction. Look at your compass. Is it north, east, south, or west? Look. And all the other, Weather Channel stuff. Meredith, you started me off. Look, I don't blame you. Stop making me fall in love with you. That's a joke for you, and it's a joke. If your husband is listening to me, I'm joking. I say that about JB. I say that about everybody. Why? Because I'm a loving person. Why? Because none of your business. I mentioned this. Look, this is why I like to post produce. Look. I try to keep themes. Anybody who watches me, I'm going to use a word that I don't like. Anybody who watches me religiously knows my mindset. Look, there's tons of other stuff you can watch. Nobody's forcing you to watch this rubbish. When I say rubbish, I mean quality, organic rubbish. Made in the USA. Born in Framingham, Massachusetts. I'm proud of it. Is it interesting being an expat? Yes. Holidays are the hardest. But this the best way to get through any holiday, and thank you, Reagan, it's better out than in. I got a concurrence from you. Thank you. Better out than in. I don't have to even tell anybody what the name of this song is. I learned this song when my daughter was 1. It only took me about 3 months to learn it. Okay, I only played like 20 hours a week. So 20 hours times 4. It only took me about 80 hours. Okay, let's say 100. I think I did some overtime. It only took me 100 hours to learn this song. Happy holidays, guys. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. Hope it sounds great at your end. New beginnings. Always fun.
I'm not surprised, not everything lasts. I've broken my heart so many times I stopped keeping track. Talk myself in, I talk myself out. I get all worked up and I let myself down. Tried so very hard not to lose. I came up with a million excuses. I thought of every possibility. I know something in the whole time. Don't make me work so it works. I'll work it out. And I promise you it's so much more than I can do.
I just haven't met you yet.
I might have to wait a little bit up. I guess it's half time and the other half's luck. Wherever you are, wherever it's right, you come on over and into my life. I know that we can be so amazing. And baby, your love is gonna change me.
I can't see every possibility. So
And I get, I just haven't met you yet. I try, fear. So amazing. Change me. Possibility.
someday I know it'll all turn out. I'll work to work it out. Promise you, kid,
I get more than I get, than I get, than I get, than I get. Oh, you know you're all set out.
small, but I just haven't met you yet. I just haven't met you yet. Oh, promise you can't give you so much more than I get. I just haven't met you yet. I just haven't met you yet.
Michael Bublé. Look. Oh, it's one of his long outros. Look. Michael Bublé with a song called "Haven't Met You Yet." I don't want to turn the waterwork. I don't want to turn on the waterworks again, but I do want to be honest. This song came out when the mother of my child and I realized we were having a child. And my baby girl, Veronica, was in her mother's belly. And I used to sing that song to her. The show's not political. I'm just telling you my experience. When I was singing to my daughter when she was, I don't know, 2 months, as soon as we figured it out, it was like, okay. And so I'm going to sing music. And I learned how to play that song on the piano. And I sang it to my daughter. I just haven't met you yet. I know that Michael Bublé had he was talking about his wife. But for me, that song was about my daughter. And I knew who she was, but I just hadn't met her yet. Look, some people say I'm an intuit. I might be. I will not dispute that. I get energy that comes to me. Sometimes when I ask for it, that's normal. But when I don't ask for it, I think to myself, whoa. I feel like, what's that movie, Ghost? I feel like Whoopi Goldberg, when she meets Patrick Swayze, she's just like, I didn't ask for you. I like the joke where she says, and you're white? That's how the Democrats like to be racist. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about something. A feeling. I think a lot of people, I hope. It's called connection. There's a lot of different words for it. I think this song can say it better than I can say it.
The way she moves attracts me like no other lover. Something in the way she woos me. I don't want to leave her now. You know I believe her now. Someone with a smile, she knows that I don't need no other. Something in the starlight shows me. Don't want to leave her now. You know I believe her now. You're asking me if my love will grow. I don't know. You speak of my life, I don't know. She knows, and all I have to do is think of her. Something in the things she shows me. Don't want to leave her now. You know I believe her
Oh, the Beatles.
Well, it's alright. Riding around in the breeze. Well, it's alright. If you let the light be please. Well, it's alright. Doing the best you can. Well, it's alright. As long as you lend a hand. You can sit around and wait for the moment. Waiting for someone to tell you everything. Sit around and wonder what tomorrow will bring. Maybe that will be. Well, it's alright. Even if the sea are wrong. Well, it's alright. Sometimes you gotta be strong. Well, it's alright. As long as you get someone to lay. Well, it's alright. Maybe somewhere down the road, you're thinking me and wondering where I am these days. Maybe somewhere down the road, when somebody plays Purple Haze. But it's alright, even if it's good to show. Well, it's alright, even if someone's wrong. Well, it's alright, well, it's alright. We're going to the end of the line. Don't have to be ashamed of the car. I'm just glad to be here, happy to feel that. It don't matter if you're by my side. Well, it's alright, even if you're over the plane. Well, it's alright, you still got something to say. Well, it's alright, remember to live and live. Well, it's alright, best you can do is forgive. Well, it's alright, it's alright. Well, it's alright. It's alright. Going to the end of the line.
Number one, look. I have a surprise guest coming on. I'm going to play one more song. I know I have a small intimate crowd here. Well, I got a handful of people here. And welcome back, JB. It looks like Regine had to look. It's big anniversary party tonight. So he's he look. All I have to do is press one letter. But my caller, I think you said yes. I'm going to play a 3-minute pop song, and I'm going to put you on live. This is officially. Oh no, am I getting hiccups again? That's good. I like doing the get rid of hiccups trick. JB has his way. I have my way. Hi again, JB. It's now 2250. The Walrus is not here. This is called my warm-up show. And I love, what do they call it? Well, I'm showing my age. Emo. The fun, look. This is where maybe I've been frequencies. I don't want to. I'm going to write a book about this one day. Before I'm dead, I'm going to write this book. It's called The Two. I already wrote the title, and I actually have all the other stuff. I just have to write it down. The 2 half steps of music. My music book is going to be called. I can't figure out if it's going to be long or short. It's going to be called The 2 half steps of music. And I will look. I will explain it in my book, but I haven't written the book yet. But it's in my head, so it's kind of like, look, it's a byproduct of the Blackie Fitzpatrick live stream on the Alec Whittier channel. Boy, that's so confusing, isn't it? I got to figure that part out. I'm terrible at business. Look. my official show doesn't start for like an hour and a half. So look, I'm on early, and you guys, thank you so much for being part of my warm up. And it looks like whenever the Walrus is in here, and during the holiday season here, the Walrus is kind of gone a lot. So get used to me. You don't have to watch the whole show. If you do, I love you more. But it's not a prerequisite. Look, I'm just sitting here listening to music. and then here you come again.
Here you come again. Just when I've begun to get myself together, you waltz right in, just like you've done before, and wrap my heart round your little finger. Here you come again. Just when I'm about to make it work without you, you look into my eyes and lie and lie, and pretty soon I'm wondering how I came to doubt you. All you can do is smile and smile, and then roll my reflection. There's living to you, and we don't live right. You're buzzing on my mind. My senses, here you come again. Looking better than a body has a right to, and shaking me up so. And all I think of is here you come again. And here I go. Here come again. Looking better than a body has a right to, and shaking me up so that all I need now is here you come again. And here I go. Here I go. And here I go. And here I go.
Dolly Parton. Actually, I think that's Dolly Parton's first mega smash single when she got criticized for going pop. Dolly Parton. Hold on. Number one, give me a break. You gonna criticize Dolly Parton with that voice? Give me a break for a start. Okay. Number two. The song is a hit. Number three, shut your mouth. Look, the Black Respect show is about acceptance, and it's about surprises. So let's see if we can get a surprise here going. Hold on a second. I'm going to try. You're live on the Black and Rich Special Show. Tell us your name and tell us your time zone.
It's Meredith, and it's Central Standard Time.
Hey, Meredith. How you doing, girlfriend?
I'm good. How are you?
Very good. I like it when you do the. Hold on a second. How do I say this in the right way? Why would you call yourself boring?
Oh,
Sorry,
That's all right.
look, girlfriend, I'm using your words against you. You have the floor. Why would you call yourself boring?
Yes, you are. I can write better than speak.
But look, we've established that we both love the movie Sling Blade. I like the way you talk. I like the way you talk, girlfriend.
Well, I like the way you talk too.
Yeah, I know, but who's going to do the MMM and the MMM thing? You're the one who wrote it down. No, we both love that movie. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I like the way you talk. Mm-hmm. Hold on a second. We're talking to Arkansas. Do people actually say mm-hmm, or is that for the movies?
I think when we're making fun of the movie, we do, yeah.
When we're what?
When we're making fun of the movie, we do, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Here's a follow-up question. I was post-producing the show from yesterday, and you said the word liquor store. What do you acquire from the liquor store?
Well, I had to get my husband some beer that I had drank.
Whoops. Okay.
Yeah.
That's your responsibility. Okay, that's fine. Keep going.
Yeah, and I got myself wine, which is now gone. So I'm back on his beer.
Okay. Okay. Number two, girlfriend. Can I see your face? Nobody else can see it. Just me. I want to read your mind. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Okay. Now we can talk normal. Meredith, how do we move forward? I'm talking about. I'm talking about in this moment, live right now. I'm giving you the option. Look, I can take over easily. You know me. But I want to give you input.
For what?
How do we move forward?
Well, are you wanting to talk about your dad?
You can bring it up if you want. Ask me any question. I'll answer. Look, girlfriend, I told you stop making me fall in love with you. I'll answer any question that you have for me anytime, every day.
Well, I just thought you might want to talk about it because of what you're going through, and I went through that in 2014.
Well, I would. Okay, good. Okay, that. Okay, now I'm going to take control. Tell me about your experience, and maybe I can learn something from it.
Well, it was happening, and I didn't know it because it was my dad. Before I did know it, I didn't know it, and my mom, who's with him all the time, didn't tell me what she was seeing, and it did take me a little while longer to figure it out. But so I was sad that I didn't get some of those last days of his co-parents and, who he was at the time until the end. And then he was no longer,
Okay, correct. Was it Alzheimer's or dementia, or what was the label that he got?
My mother wouldn't take him to the doctor to get diagnosed because of insurance.
I'm listening.
So,
Girlfriend, you have the floor. I'm listening.
And so I don't know, but I'm guessing it's dementia, because things like he was a lifetime avid lover of guns and would reload his own ammo, and so there was a casing on the ground. I remember him kicking it around, and he was like, "What is that? Is that a key?" And it just blew me away that you spend your whole life with something that you love, and then it's gone.
Yep. So, girlfriend, I'm sorry, I'm cutting in for a second, but you beat me a little bit on this one. But I realized my dad was bye-bye about just before I left Florida to come back to Vienna to work. And I looked at my dad, and he was half there. And I said, Dad, I want to tell you that I love you. And I gave him 2 big kisses on the cheek, like they do in Europe, right? I gave him 2 big.
Yeah.
He said, Alec. No, excuse me. He said, Blakey. No, he said Alec. And he says, why are you getting so emotional? I said, Dad, I love you. And I knew it was the last chance for me to talk to him when he was coherent. I'm using your word, coherent. And I started to realize he was losing it. And I was like, and I told my mother as well. And Mom, if you're watching, Zoom, she's one of my favorite lurkers. And I told everybody in my family, I said, he has Alzheimer's. I said, I know it. I'm not a doctor, so nobody wanted to believe me. And I said, okay. But in the end, and I hate to be right about something like that, but I felt it. Look. Meredith, I think you and me have something. Look, I felt it, and I had a connection, and I was like, there's something funny going on here. And it wasn't like, because nobody else, how come my brother and sister and my mother, nobody clocked it? Even my daughter, nobody clocked it. Nobody figured it out except for me. Why? Because you're telling me that you didn't clock it until later, and that's maybe a minor regret. How come I clocked it? I knew it right from the beginning. I was like, that's not my dad. Because he didn't know. He didn't.
Yeah.
He asked, I'll be more personal. He asked me a question. He says, Alec, how come I'm looking for a shovel for the last 4 hours and I don't know where I put the shovel? And I said, did you check in the shed? And he says, oh, thank you. Because that's where you put a shovel, is in the shed, right?
Yeah.
And when my dad said that to me, I was like, damn. This is a PG-13 show. You're allowed to say damn. And I was like, damn. No, I knew it was game over. And I was like, okay. But my dad's still kicking. When did your dad pass? And you were talking about hospice in the chat to my mother. Do you want to talk about how your father passed?
I can't remember I think he stopped eating as much, and, he stopped wanting to get out of the bed, and I think that maybe he fell, and so we took him to the hospital, and then really, he woke up at the hospital. He was in a coma, and then he woke up at the hospital and talked to my brother and was coherent, and that was the last time he was ever coherent. And after that, hospice had, I don't know why they took him to my mom's, but that's what they did. And I don't think she was happy because I don't think she really wanted to take care of him and deal with all of the dying process, but that's how it happened to her. And he laid and didn't eat and didn't drink, and I couldn't believe that he made it for a month. We really thought it's tomorrow, it's tonight, he's not going to make it past the weekend, and he held on, and it's amazing that his brain deteriorated the way it did, but it still kept his body going.
A personal question, so you can stay on my page. My dad was in great shape when it turned on. Physically, great shape. And mentally, he was a pastor at the local church. Okay, my dad was a pastor, and I saw him. This is when I really knew that it was game over. And when he passed out, because he forgot. Look, my parents live in Florida, and my dad forgot to drink water one day, which everybody in Florida knows. Look, I know you're from Arkansas, but you're not too far away from the south from me. But I'm further south in Sarasota County. My dad, for some reason, forgot to drink water. What happens if you don't drink water in July? He passed out, and the ambulance had to come and take him away. And that's when he started calling me Tim and all that stuff. And then I was like, okay, 2 + 2 is 11. And I was like, oh, man, I think my dad's got Alzheimer's. And nobody wanted to really hear me. And that's fine. I get that part. But I was the first one. I'm like the black sheep of the family. I was the first one. I was like, I'm an analyzer. So I was like, there's something funny going on. But that's why I gave him the hug. Because I knew it was his last moment of, and I'm using your word, where he was coherent. There was like 50% of him left. Now there's 99.9 is gone. But he's still kicking. I'm sorry, keep talking. Go.
That's okay. My husband took a picture of me and my dad, and it was the last picture that I knew that, you know, he was having one of his coherent moments, and that phone, something happened to that phone, and I'm just sick about it. You know, I've still got the phone, but I can't access it. I can't access that picture.
Well, look, girlfriend, Meredith, the picture is in your head. Hold on to it.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you a story. The last picture that I ever took of my dad, and a lot of people, when I talk to them, once again, you're watching the Blackie Fitzpatrick Show live from Vienna, and I'm on live on the horn with Arkansas. We're talking to Meredith. She's one of the regular chatters. Meredith's girlfriend. The last picture I took was of my dad and my daughter, and it was a really, this is the question I wanted to ask you. It'll be my follow-up. But it was a picture of a dove on my dad's shoulder.
Really?
A wild dove. And look, I lived in Florida for 8 years. Okay? You don't see wild doves going on to people.
No.
And the dove stayed there for like 30 minutes. And I told my father, I said, dude, man, that's what I called him. I said, dude, man, I said, don't move. I said, I'm going inside to get my camera. I got my camera, and you can find it on my Alec Whittier Facebook channel about 5-6 years ago. And I got a lot of pictures and stuff on there. And don't talk about the stuff that's rated R. Making a joke. Look, thank you for laughing. It's a joke. I'm always trying to be funny, especially when I'm talking about serious stuff. And the dove just stood there. And I got a shot of my dad with the dove, and then a shot of my daughter with the dove, and I put the pictures online. And that was when I realized game over. I knew it. And I'm not trying to show off to my brother or sister or my mother or whatever. I just knew it. I was like, that was an angel from God coming in saying, Gabe, that I'm sorry. This is where I'm not religious. I'm a Christian. That was an angel that came in and just look. You don't see that. Look, you don't see that every day. Why would a wild dove? I'm not talking about a street pigeon. Why would a wild dove? Look, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm getting at. You have the floor.
Well, I've heard that there are certain children that when they are actually in the dying process, which your dad's not there yet, but
Nope.
I mean the actual end.
Everybody thought he was going to die like 2 years ago. He's still kicking. Why is he still kicking? And he's talking. That's why I got emotional on my show. He's talking again. Why? He's still. He's like, they put him in the coma. They're trying to kill him, right? They want hospice. And my dad's like, no.
Yeah, I've heard that there is a person that they were close to that they'll come to before they go. I've just heard stories about that.
Okay, I heard you. I just gave my dad a hug because I was like getting ready to move to Europe because I'm doing a job over here. So I was like, and I was like, I said, Dad, I love you. And I actually got very emotional. And he was like, dude, man, stop getting, because I gave him like the biggest hug in the world. You know what I'm talking about? The goodbye hug. I gave him the biggest goodbye hug. I mean, I squeezed him like super crazy glue. And I kissed him, and he was like, Blakey. No, he calls me dude, man. And he was just like, he says, what's that all about? And I said, don't worry about it, Dad. I love you. And I said my goodbye. And that was, girlfriend, that was 5.5 years ago. And he's still kicking. But he's a vegetable. But he started talking. He started talking this week. You have the floor.
Well, it's awesome that you knew and that you knew that you were taking your last bit of time with him and that you did something with it. You know, sometimes I was a bit scared, and then I also have family with, you know, I have 4 kids, so I had stuff to do, and it's hurtful to me that he's gone now and that I didn't do certain things. But that, you know, it's not just my story. That's all over. So
Correct. No. You're right. This is what. Hey, it's fun getting. I mean, I'm older than you. And you don't have to show your age because you already told me 45. But I'm older than you. But we're over 30. I'll say it that way. We're over 30, right? So we're not kids anymore. I didn't know he had 4 kids. 4 kids?
I had to have an operation after the 4th one before I came home from the hospital. Yeah, or it would be every 2 years. Some people are just like that, I think.
No,
Myrtle. Yeah.
No,
Call it what you will.
in Massachusetts, we call it. I'm not trying to be funny, but because it's actually kind of cool. Actually, this is not a judgment at all. In Massachusetts, we call it baby factory. You're a baby factory.
Yeah, and we actually were very Christian at the time, and didn't believe in birth control. And if that's what God wanted, that's what we were going to do. And
that's cool. And that's cool. That's cool.
I decided that was not what I was going to do. And, you know, if I was going against God, I don't know, so be it, because I couldn't do it anymore. And, you know, Arkansas, the Duggars are here, sort of around where I live. And they've got kids raising kids. They're not with their parents. I just think at some point it's too much.
How old were you when you had when you first got pregnant?
It was right after I got married. When I was 22.
20. Okay. So you weren't. It's not like a teenager thing. So 22. That's a good age.
No, I wasn't a teenager, and like I said, we were really devout at the time, and but yeah, I love my kids, and that's all I did for a long time without going to school or going to work for a long time. That's what I did, and yeah.
Look. When I said the word baby factory, I'll be honest with you. The only thing I did was make music. I'm a music factory, but I'm really happy that I am a dad, and I made one baby. I have a beautiful daughter. I know I talk about it on my show a lot. She's 8 years old. She's turning 9 next month, and but 9 on to 19. You know what it's like when they grow up fast, don't they?
They do, and there's no other love like it. I mean, you know, like you love your dad, and my dad was my rock, and then when he's gone, it was devastating, but it's not the same as your kids. Yeah.
No, correct. And I think the word is, I actually, I took some courses in Florida. There were free courses through the Catholic Church. I'm not Catholic, but they had these free things. And it was about who wants to be a great dad courses, and I signed up, and I really learned a lot from that stuff. But the one thing that I really learned, which when they told it to me, I was watching videos. Ray Romano. Do you know who Ray Romano is?
From the show.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so Ray Romano, and I'm like, all of a sudden I'm watching this video from Ray Romano, and he says, hey, macho guy. He was talking to me through the video and to a bunch of other guys. But funny, most guys didn't even go to these courses, but I actually watched these movies through the Catholic Church. It was all free, and Ray Romano says, guess what? You may think that women have hormones. Wait until the daddy hormones turn on. He says, you're not even going to believe it.
Talking about that. Yeah.
No, I talk about it a lot. Whenever look, And then at the end, he was like, "There's only," and I'm going to say this out loud, live on my warm-up show. But it's now 2317, and we're talking to Meredith here in Arkansas. Ray Romano he's a funny guy. He's one of these comedy guys, right? And he says, "There's only 3 things to do to be the perfect dad. Only 3 things. The first one is be there. The second one is be there. And the third one is be there." And I got it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ray Romano. I'm sending out a thank you to the world. Ray Romano, thank you so much. Because I was like, damn. And I'll finalize this story with, look, Meredith. When my daughter was born, I'll be honest with you, it was really hard for me to go back to work as a full-time waiter, 80 hours a week at the beach. I made a lot of money. Who cares about that? And I was like, all I want to do is be with my daughter. So I asked my managers, my scheduling managers, can I please go to 40 hours a week? I can't.
Yeah.
If I do 80, that means I don't see my daughter grow up, and I don't want to miss it. That's why I play that song from Aerosmith. I don't want to miss a thing. And I was like, and I pleaded with them. And then what did they do? They fired me. Brilliant. When my daughter was 3 months old, I came home from work. I remember there was a big thunderstorm that day, and it was freezing cold. So 3 months, that would have been, end of February, early March. And I came home, and I told the mother of my kid, I says, I got a good story for you. You know, I like to tell stories, right? Especially when it's the truth. Those are always the best stories. Also the easiest ones to remember. And I told her, and Veronica was nursing at that time with the mother of my kid. And I told her, I said, I got a good story for you. And she said, what? And I said, I just got fired. And I'll be honest with you, I was really happy. The mother of my kid didn't like it because that means I lost $45,000 after taxes. That's a lot of money I was making, right?
Right. Yeah, I always said I'd rather live in a cardboard box than have to deal with people at work. You know, when my kids were growing up, and I'd rather be with them, taking care of them.
Thank you. And I tried. Luckily, I got to bring my daughter up until 4, and we still talk, to the internet and stuff. But I'm not going to go into complete detail about because my daughter might be watching. I'm going to tell her this whole story when she's 16. But it got a little bit complicated. Right. It got a little bit complicated after I wasn't a rich guy. But then luckily, this is a fluff story. You're from Arkansas. You probably don't know this story. Do you remember the BP oil spill?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Right.
Yep. Guess what happens to everybody who lived on the Gulf of Mexico in America, who was a waiter? Guess what happened to them? Do you know the story? I say it sometimes on my show.
No.
You want to hear a fun story?
Tell me. Yeah.
Well, BP said, oops, we're sorry. We killed tourism. The tourism, I was making 45 after taxes. When I say 45 after taxes, that means that I was making 65, right? But the cash in hand, I was walking home every day with cash, and the other stuff went to the government. So I paid a lot in taxes. But I was making in cash, I was making 45. And then BP, I love telling this story. You don't know this story? Good, I'll tell you. You're watching the Blackie Fitzpatrick Show, the King of Lo-Fi. I'm doing a live interview with Meredith from Arkansas. Arkansas. Hold on a second. Let's clarify for everybody who's new. Are you in like Little Rock or in a suburb, or where's you at, girlfriend?
The Ozarks. I'm around Walmartsville.
Okay, so the end of my story is I was living next door to some guy. I was living on the beach. I'll be honest with you. Look, I love first world problems. And I thought to myself, oh, no, I just got fired from my job. What am I going to do? And my next door neighbor said, he said, dude, man, that's what he called me. He says, dude, man, don't you realize that BP is giving everybody tons of money? And I was like, no. And he says, yeah. He said, dude, man, check it out. And I can't remember the website's name. And he said, go to this, whatever it is.com, and tell them how much money you think you lost because of the oil spill. And I'm not going to make this a guessing game. Isabella hates it when I do this with her. Okay, I'll do it with you. You're not Isabella. How much money did BP give me to shut up about their
$500.
So they look. It was a legal letter. They said
There's a lot of waiters in Florida. So
no. It was everybody on the Gulf Coast, Texas, Louisiana, Alabama. Look, everything. Okay, Panhandle, and BP. They said all you have to do is go to this website, and if you promise not to sue us, we will give you shut up money. This is what legal term is: shut up money. Good, you're not Isabella. How much money did they offer me to shut up? I had to sign a piece of paper that said I won't sue them.
500.
Can you see my face?
1,000. I can't believe they gave you more than that. 5,000.
BP, British Petroleum, gave shut up money to every single. I almost swore. Every single waiter and people who were in the tourism industry. They said, "Shut up. We'll pay you off." What was your?
Wait, what were you not supposed to say?
I can't. I can't. I probably could have gotten more.
Are you throwing the paper?
I was going to say the F word. I was going to say the F bomb. I was going to say the F bomb. They gave every single waiter. That was where I was going to put the F bomb in. They gave every single. No, I was surprised actually. This is why a waiter buddy of mine who I lived next door to, he was like, "Dude, man, just get the money from BP." And I was like, "Money from BP?" I just got fired from my job. It was really funny, and I got my wish because I wanted to bring up my daughter. She was 3 months old. I'm backtracking so everybody can understand the story. I did not want to work 80 hours a week and not see my daughter grow up.
But you lost your job, so you weren't a waiter anymore.
Correct.
How did you get money?
That's how it works, huh? What was your last guess?
I think my last guess was 10,000. 50,000.
The 10 to 50 is too much of a jump. And they gave me $19,000 and said, and said, sign your name on the dotted line, and you cannot sue us. We will give you $19,000 in cash, and I got it at the bank.
Yes.
19. I never had that much in plus in my life.
And then you collected unemployment?
No, I got fired, so they didn't give it to me.
Oh, okay.
They fired me for smoking in the outside bathroom where it says you can smoke. I got fired because they said that I was wearing my uniform when I was smoking. If I was wearing, they said if you were wearing your own, they had lawyers and stuff. Do you know who Morgan & Morgan is?
No.
Have you heard the name? It shows up on the news. Okay, that's what I'm talking. Yeah, no, it's one of these big lawyers. This is a very, very successful company I was working for 3.5 years. I had loyalty with them, and I looked at the guy straight in the face. I says, "I've been with you for 3.5 years. "You really gonna fire me? I have a 3-month-old baby." And I'll be honest with you, Meredith, I got my wish. And I got fired, and then I got the money from BP. It was amazing. And then I traveled the world together with my daughter and my third wife. Looks like my third wife left me, but I still have my daughter. But I took my daughter to Key West. I took her to Michigan. I took her to Massachusetts. I took her to Martha's Vineyard. I took her to New York City. Hold on a second. Why is it dead? Oh, no. Okay, looks like Meredith is cut off. I'm still alive here, though. Meredith, you can always try to come back. I think she pressed the wrong button. I'll play a song here anyway. Okay. Look. It is now 2328. Wow. For me, that's relatively early. I'm going to look. I'm going to go to a go-to.
It was early morning yesterday. I was up before the dawn, and I really have enjoyed my stay, but I must be moving on.
Oh, okay.
Like a king without a castle, like a king without a throne. I'm an early morning autumn, and I must be moving on. Now I believe in what you say. It's the undisputed truth. But I have to have things my own way to keep you in mind. Like a tree without an anchor, like a tree without a tree. It's a fire ocean with layers, it's in my brain. I'm shining like rain. I'm all behind you, I'm going through. Not something you ain't something you don't. Something you just can't tell. Something you ain't something you won't. Someone's just as well.
You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. Hope it sounds great on your end. I actually really do. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Look, I'm not a victim.
Victims we know so well, they shine in your eyes and make you sensitive. Strange faces we never see, but you're always there, like a ghost in my dream. And I keep on telling you stop doing the things you do. When you do those things, when my heart it sings, like the strangest falling for you. Love we never tell, but places our hearts and we're wishing well. Love gets us into the stream, and it sinks us in like it's always been. And I keep on wishing you, it's the only thing to do. When you just sing, when I play things, and I give them all to you. Oh, the screams of emotion, take a ride into unknown pleasure. Feel like a child on a dark night, wishing there was some kind of heaven. I could be warm like you're smiling, hold out your hand for a while, but addicted to lonely, so well, so well. We know so well, they shine in your eyes and make you sensitive. The streets you never see, but you're always there, like a ghost in my dream. And I keep on telling you, please don't do the Show my heart some devotion. Push aside those that whisper never. Feel like a child on a diamond. Wishing we could stand it together. I can go home smiling. Hold out your hand
Culture Club with their song called Victims. Look, I'm running around this town live from Vienna.
Because you're not just feeling grown up, but you get it, even older. Sunlight shines, shine that make you wake up in the morning, deal with the shots before your coffees, even older. I guess that I will love you I just feel because you're not just older, but you get even older. So much shine that make you wake up in the morning. You do the shots before your coffees, even older. I guess that's all you should check out the feelings, those sounds running around this town.
Running Around This Town by Whittier. It is now 2-3-4-3. Should I think?
Sunlight goes down every day. That's when Lydia starts to play. She has a lot of ways to hide. Someone will help her to decide. If it's hard, she's out there. Hey, problems start to fade. I can't decide how to end. Seems like she could really use a friend. They says it's alright. They says tonight's the night. She will never back down if you leave. They says it's alright. They says tonight's the night. She will never back down if you leave. If you leave. The room begins to spin. Looks like tonight she cannot win. Rolling eyes, she finds her own eyes. Realize that I'm beginning to cry. It says it's alright. It says tonight's the night. She will never back down if you leave. It says it's alright. It says tonight's the night. She will never back down if you leave. If you leave. She will never back down if you leave. Lady says it's alright. Lady says tonight's the night. She will never back down if you leave. If you leave. If you leave. If you
You're watching The King of Lo-Fi. That was Mr. Ben Arson with a song called A Mosquito Bit Lydia. Look. Hello, lurkers. Look. It seemed to be a cutoff, but that was I had a live interview with Meredith from Arkansas. And thank you, Meredith, for that convo. That was pretty cool. I don't know why we got cut off, but I'll blame it on Verizon or whatever provider you have. Knock. Yesterday's show was cut off because the walrus unplugged the computer. That was funny. Sometimes things just finish. Conclusions. How to write the end. I think most people are still trying to write the beginning. Forget about the middle. The end, that's a good one. But the optimum word that I used was right. No, I'm not going to play The Doors The End. Because that's one way to write it. Maybe I should play that song. How do you write the end? Look, as a musician, it always was something like bum bum. That was the end. Well, in literature, they say the end. Also in Hollywood movies, the end. Sometimes you have weird endings. It doesn't really end like you thought it was going to end. That's okay. You're in a weird Hollywood ending. Look. Look. I know a couple of things. That much is true. In 1977, I was 9 years old. My daughter's 8. She's almost 9. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi.
Making love on Tuesday until you quiet way. Pictures of love inside your eyes, sketches of love in the dark. The power of love untold inside my soul. I'm falling in love. It's a funny way. I'm falling in love. I'm falling in love with you. It's a funny way. Can I let
This one says go skiing and buy the perfect ski boots. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi live from Vienna.
Picture perfect memories scattered all around the floor. Reaching for the phone 'cause I can't find it anymore. And I wonder if I ever cross your mind. For me it happens all the time. It's a quarter after one, I'm all alone and I need you now. Said I wouldn't call, but lost all control and I need you now. And I don't know how I can do without. I just need you now.
Well, a shot of whiskey can't stop looking at the door. Baby, should you come sweeping in the way you did before?
And I wonder if I ever cross your mind.
Happens all the time.
It's a quarter after one, I'm a little drunk and I need you now. Said I wouldn't call, but I'm gonna start control and I need you now. And I don't know how I can do without. I just need you now. Yes, I don't feel nothing at all. It's a quarter after one, I'm all alone and I need you now. And I said
Perspective Show. Enjoy every moment. Enjoy life. Enjoy the silence.
It's a silence, with the silence, pushing you into my little world. Painful to me, you struggle with me. Don't you understand? Oh, my little girl. All I ever wanted,
All I ever needed was here in my arms.
words are very
Unnecessary, only to harm.
Once a spoken, to be broken. Things on the face, words that you make. Pleasures remain, so developing. Words to be made, and broken today. Forever wanted, forever needed.
Here in my arms.
Words are pretty, unnecessary.
They can only do harm.
Words are very they can only do forever wanted, forever needed. My arms,
Words are very unnecessary. They can only do harm.
Ach, jetzt in 4 und August.
Five Spiders.
enjoy the silence.
That was good.
The sun and the air and shine as much as check it out.
The Smiths. Before that, we had Depeche Mode with "Enjoy the Silence." And thanks, Zoom Zoom, for coming in. Yeah, my chat officially has died. I know I'm not. I've been on for 3 hours. So look. Are my numbers going to jump up in 11 and a half minutes? Maybe. I wrote WILB strong. Only my mom gets that joke. Look, I did. Look. Hello to my lurkers. I don't know what your numbers say, Zoom Zoom, but my numbers tell me that people haven't left me yet. But the usual suspects on a Saturday, iffy. Sometimes it's hard to figure out, which is why I don't. Look. My lawyer's Vinny Boombots, okay? He knows a lot of people, and he always tells me, he says, Blakey. Do not expect anything. And I always think to myself, I didn't. Look, why do I have 700 Facebook friends? Look. Isn't that too much? Okay, Bob Harrigan has 5,000, and I think that's the limit where you're allowed to get to. So all I have is 700 Facebook friends, and I eat ghost chilies. I eat ghost. Look, I'll be honest with you. Once again, I know a lot of people don't like my Facebook. No, I mean not me. Look, it's nothing personal. My sister hates Facebook, for example. I'll be honest with you. I don't really use it that much. But sometimes when I'm doing the Blackie Potato Show remote, I like to use the phone that my mother bought me. She says, Blakey, walk around Vienna and show me some stuff. And I'll be honest with you, yesterday I had a really good time together with the Walrus. She produced the show. She walked me through everything. All I had to do was plankton press. And she got some zingers in. I got some zingers in. And I hope the show was entertaining. But my favorite one, we did 5 segments. And my favorite one was number 3, the one in the middle. And the third one is me at the salt and pepper place. Look. Just saying the word salt and pepper makes me want to giggle. And no, the Walrus and I had a great time. And she bought a lot of stuff. She bought a chocolate watch, a chocolate portrait. She bought chocolate this. Look. And for anybody, I think I saw this in my chat from yesterday, but I sometimes I don't read all the chat. Right now I can read everything because it's really like super slow. Hey, Joan. No, this is live. Babes. Look, it is now 0021. Officially, I'm going to start my show in 8.5 minutes. The Walrus ain't here, so this is called my warm-up party. Yes, I have the heat on. That's an inside joke, and I know some people will get it, some people will not. It doesn't really matter. The show is being digitally recorded in some regions, not everywhere. So if you're catching me live, trust me. Look. My show gets banned, I think, in many regions. Not all of them. It's really weird. Look. It's really weird how this is a pretend scratch. It's really weird how that it's like on my look on my thingamajiggy, I can watch all of my shows the next day, and I have people from whatever. I don't care if it's India, Russia, England, Scotland, France, Canada, US, and A. And some people say, I can see it. And some people say, I can't. Okay, look, I got 7 minutes. I'm going to play another song. And then I'm going to really start my show up again. I'm expecting the Walrus. Look. This is actually a song that I love. And I'm going to dedicate this song for anybody who's been watching my whole show. And I know, Mom, you don't like it when I go long, but I'm dedicating this song to my dad. After the commercial break, it says buy cat food. Dad, this is for you.
And the lights are flashing on the windowsill. All alone in my room, so you're looking for the thrill. And you know just what it takes to get don't stay forever in there. Stay till morning after no day. Stay forever in there. Stay till morning after. You dare if you can see the world. Take a chance, go dream. Just let go. Say a prayer for me now. Say it to the Lord and after no. Say a prayer for me now. Say it to the Lord
Save a Prayer. Duran Duran. Look. You're watching. Look. You're watching the Black and Fetish show. The king of lo-fi. Look. I hope it sounds great on your end. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it doesn't. Look. Fish on Friday. Blah, Nyborg. Look. I can tell you one thing with confidence. When I travel around the world, a lot of people ask me, they say, Becky. Actually, most people don't. Some people have the courage. And they ask me, they say, Blakey, what does McDonald's taste like in Brazil? And look, I would sing it to you, but I don't have 10 thumbs up. I don't have 10 people watching. But what does McDonald's taste like in Brazil? Look. I only went to Brazil 2 times. I went back the second time because I liked it the first time. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi.
Sorry, Papa. Sorry, Opa. Die Zeiten haben sich geändert. Wir bauen für unsere Zukunft. Yutong.
This is 5 stuff. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi.
Tall and tan and young, lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, each one she passes goes. When she walks, she's like a samba that swings so cool and sways so gentle that when she passes, each one she passes goes. But I watch her so sadly. How can I tell her I love you? Yes, I would give my heart back. But each day when she walks to the sea, she looks straight ahead, not at me. Tall and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes I smile, but she doesn't see. Doesn't see. Olha que coisa mais linda, mais cheia de graça, é a menina que vem e que passa, num doce balanço, caminho do mar. Moça do corpo dourado, do sol de Ipanema, o seu balançado parece um poema, é a coisa mais linda que eu já vi passar. But I watch her so sadly. Yes, I would give my heart gladly. But each day when she walks through the sea, she looks straight ahead, not at me. Tall, tan, young, lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes I smile, but she doesn't see. Doesn't walk alone. She just doesn't see. She never sees me.
Look. Okay, look, it looks like I'm 4 minutes late. Look. By the way, that's called a controlled pause. I'll show you again. It is now 0034. You're watching the Black Fitzpatrick Show live from Vienna.
To be created, mention how
And she rises to her apology. Everybody else wants you to stay. Watching her go.
Wait, babe. Look. Okay, now it's official. Official. Hold on a second. Is that French? Official. Look. Latin. Look. 3D chocolate. Look. Look. No, thank you guys for everybody who joined me for the warm up. That was awesome. And I know my number is going to be like crazy though. Look. Wake up your neighbors. Tell them now the Blackie Fitzpatrick show is for real. Don't wake up the kids. Let them sleep. I'm talking about, look. Knock on your neighbor's door. Look. It's look. It's early Sunday morning here in Vienna. Vienna, Austria. The city of music. Oh, places where daydreams are made of. Or not. Look, depends on which decade you're here. No, I've been living here on and off since the early 90s, actually. I moved to Vienna in 1991. I'm showing my age. I've been here on and off. This is my second spell. And yes, I love Samantha from Bewitched. Look, I know Halloween is over. I know Thanksgiving is coming up. I already played the Charlie Brown stuff. Look, I had a great warm-up. Once again, anybody who's still like staggering along, and hello to my lurkers, anybody who's still like going, what's up with this Blackie Fitzpatrick thing? The answer is nothing. It really is nothing. Look, think about it. Backtrack for a second. For real. It's like, now think about it. I mean, look. There's a lot of things that I like, but when I when I realize that I like this stuff, I'm always suspect. This is the word of the month for me. Suspect. What does the word suspect mean? Suspicious? Well, hey, you know, after 9/11, anytime somebody leaves a package in the subway station and there's nobody sitting next to it, could be a bomb. It's called suspect. Look. Look. It's funny. I'll tell you a story, and it's true. For anybody who's just joining me. Oh, hold on a second. I get a request? Okay. Hold on a second. I get to turn on my thing. Looking at the clock. Oh, we got our first request in from Meredith. Look. Right? Meredith, you're making me spell. And I told you, stop making me fall in love with you. Look, I say this to guys. Look, I've made that joke with Mr. Ben Arson like a million times. I make this joke with, look, sometimes people, I'm talking about in my whatever, what do they call that stuff? My immediate look. Mediatiary? No, look. Look, look. I've been doing this live show stuff since I was a teenager. Whether it's on the radio or a live concert, I meet a lot of people. It's kind of cool, actually. This is what my life was meant to be. I know. I saw my mother. My mother taught me. I was watching her doing portrait artists paintings of whatever random strangers, kind of like my show. I don't know you from Adam. I'm making a joke here. Play along with me. And my mother always made new friends, and she would draw their picture. My mother did a 15-minute. It was 15 minutes. I know. I was the one who was in charge of the cash flow. I want to say in the old days, in the 70s, it was $3 for one painting, and you would do 4 an hour. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mom. Because nobody else is talking in the chat, so you have the floor. Okay, now I have to write down a request here. Now, Natalie, and thanks for being on my warm-up. You were awesome. Okay, hold on a second. You're really making me work. Don't get me wrong. Okay, put double T in, doesn't matter. Huh? Okay, I found it. Look. This is an all request show. If nobody gives me a request, I'll just play stuff like, whatever, Gary Newman. And look, I'll play stuff that I used to love when I was like a kid. And if you don't want to hear stuff that I fell in love with when I was a kid, look, I can also play angry boy music. But to be honest with you, I'm actually in a good mood. But if I go into this song, a lot of people say, Blakey, what in the heck are you talking about? Usually what I'm talking about, because I already have the song lined up. Think about it. So I have the song lined up. So now I'm going to talk about this. The first time I ever rode a horse, it was a donkey. The second time I rode a horse, it was a real horse. Only Meredith knows what I'm trying to set up, because this is by request. Hold on a second. Is that the right song? I think it is. Meredith, I'm going with it. I like the name. Look. I post-produced my show from yesterday. And Green Gooley or whatever her new name is. She told me that she actually said a funny joke. I read it today, and I was like, "This is hilarious." She was born. Her first name is Amber. Look, if you're watching, please join the chat. Her first name is Amber, and her second name is Star. Amber Star, maybe you're lucky your name isn't Jezebel.
Do you think of my Texas dream? Do I was carefully building on this plan? For 2 years straight, I sat in the dark explaining to myself that I'm straight. I ought to find reason. Call myself just love. I don't believe. Before I say that the lost we've been, way like the storm in my heart. Find my way, find my way. Don't let this tear us apart. You lie there innocently. I feel like a thief who's made your home. Entering and breaking and taking every I know your feelings are tender, and that inside you the understanding I'm trying. The moment you're back, like I'm call myself just enough for wanting to leave. I'm not saying that I'm replacing love with some of the world. Take time to say time enough. Reaching out, I'm just saying please take it one. Your thousands of words, and my bad mistake that lost you such pain. And I do it it's hard to say time together. I wanna say goodbye to make me go. Cause I'm out the door. Next time I start is on my side to you. I always gotta be do you think I like this one to make my
Look, I always love this challenge. How long can I walk away from my show and lose everybody? Look. Think about it. Is my show really that important? Look. Now's your time to leave. Is my show really that important? Look, Some people call me a healer. Clink! Cheers from Vienna. Some people say, Blakey, Blakey. And I know, look, I see Jones in the chat. Hi, Joan. Joan and I have talked about this in private. I never asked to be an intuit. And I know, Joan, you understand what I'm talking about. Some people, look. What's the other word? Conduit. Intuit, conduit. Look. I never asked. I didn't. My mother gave me a request, so I'm going to play my mom's request. I never asked for anything. I just, look. I was born. I did what a normal boy would do. Hey, what would a normal boy do? Run around it, skipping. No, that's girls. I mean, running around this town. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. I hope this sounds great on your end.
Because you're not just feeling good, but you care even older. The sun shines, a shine that makes you wake up in the morning. Get to push up before you call it even older. I guess that I rely on you as you rely on me. Because you're not just older, but you get even older. Sun shines, shine makes you wake up in the morning. You do the shift before you coffee, even older. I guess that's all you should check out the fingerprints, those shadows just running around this town. You should check out the feeling, those shadows just running around this town. Running around this town. You should check out the feeling, those shadows just running around this town. Running around this town.
That was Whittier. Yeah, the channel you're watching. With the song called "Running Around This Town." I tell you, I'll be honest with you. California. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi.
Another one in the can. Bye, guys. Did you get some good?
For sure.
Yeah. I have that feeling.
Me too. Yeah.
Bye.
I trust it sounds awesome on your end. Live from Vienna, Katy Perry, Wide Awake.
I'm wide awake. I'm wide awake. I'm wide awake. Yeah, I was in the dark. I was falling hard with an open heart. I'm wide awake. I didn't read the stars so well. I'm wide awake. And now it's clear to me that everything you see ain't always what it seems. I'm wide awake. Yeah, I was dreaming for so long. I wish you knew then what I know now. Dive in, bow down. Melody hurts, it's so sweet. Till I woke up on the concrete, falling from the night, rushing from the heights. I'm letting go tonight. Yeah, I'm falling from the night. Not losing any sleep. I picked up every piece and landed on my feet. I'm wide awake. Need nothing to complete myself. No, I'm wide awake. Yeah, I am born again. Out of the lion's den. I don't have to pretend. It's too late. The story's over now.
The end.
I wish you knew then, but I know now. Dive in, bow down. Melody hurts, it's so sweet. Till I woke up on the concrete, falling from the night. You let the blue rushing from the heights. Letting go tonight. Yeah, letting go. I'm wide awake.
That was Katy Perry with her song called I'm Wide Awake. I know I'd like to, it's part of my joke. My show's not political. I don't vote. My show is not religious. I'm a Christian. Everybody knows I wrote that joke. But a lot of people who watch my show know that I'm actually very, very serious. I've been serious for a long, long time. Am I emotional? Yeah, I'm a songwriter. Think about it. Anybody who can hear my voice right now? Put your hands together, please. Put your head down. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy great and glorious name. Dear Father, as I always pray that you watch over my mother and father, I make a special request today that you watch over Joan. I have a few people who were listening, and I know that in my heart that Joan is going to be perfect. I pray, dear Father, that Joan will feel the love from you and your Son, Jesus the Christ. The healing energy is there. I see it, and I pray that it goes straight into Joan. Dear Father, I'm praying together with everybody on my show. Joan, everything is going to be fine. Dear Father, we thank you for all the blessings that you have given us. As we try to follow in your Son's path, we are of the body, we are of the flesh, and we are as you made us. We are of your likeness. Dear Father, we love you, and we hope that as we act in our mortal life, and we praise thee for allowing us to understand that it's not just the flesh and the blood. We understand the circle of life. We understand the big picture. As mere mortals, dear Father, we strive every day to get to a level where we know we can never reach, but we do strive. We ask for your forgiveness. But as we strive, we thank thee for watching over our loved ones. And moreover, we thank thee for watching over everyone on this planet. Thank you, God, for everything Thank you, God, for letting your son come to see us. Personally, God, thank you. Thank you. Jesus is with us right now. Can you feel Jesus? He's with us. He never left. Praise the Lord, hallelujah. Dear Father, please watch over my dad and my mom and my daughter and everybody on this planet. Dear Father, we love you. You are honest. You are all loving. I ask for all these things in the name of your loving Son, Jesus Christ. Amen. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi.
I'd like to dedicate this to my father, Francis L. It's a song the girls in the band wrote, Lisa and Wendy.
You say you want to lead, but you can't seem to make up your mind. Look at that clothes, and they got you. Purple rain, purple rain, purple rain, purple rain. Gonna try my best to retain purple rain, purple rain.
Heartbreak. It is now 0115. I remember the days where you couldn't even play that stuff on YouTube. And then Prince died. Look, death is our last opportunity to enjoy life. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to get heavy. For everybody who's been watching my show today, I'm a little bit emotional. I'm sorry, I wish I was an actor. I wish I could tell you I was a raging alcoholic. Hey, Dean Dean, the dancing machine. Look. That was a joke. Look. And James, thank you. My dad was a pastor. I'm not going to tell the story again because I'm going to start to cry. My dad started to speak again. Well, that's the record. Mom, please find out if he's speaking. But on the books, it says, my dad said, I'm not going to say the second part because I don't believe that one. Maybe that's why I'm emotional, but only me and my mom know what I'm thinking and talking about. But the first thing on the books is that my dad started to speak. After, I don't know, what do they call this stuff? Coma? Mom? Mother? Zoom? This next song is dedicated to you. I'll try not to cry. Raging Cajun told me a couple of hours ago, it's better out than in. He agrees with me. He's from Louisiana. I'm just a masshole. But there's one thing that Raging and myself have in common. Well, he's emotional too. He's having his, I think it was 26th wedding anniversary. Bravo. I think it's awesome. I'm jealous in a positive way. I'm being honest. I'm sorry I have watery eyes. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. This song is dedicated to my mother.
She used to be lonely and never meant to be free. Catching me in places that I never should be. Every other day across the line, I didn't mean to be so bad. I never thought you would become a friend of mine. Why you learn me something to somewhere I see through your eyes. What about you do this time? Mama, I love you. Mama, I care. Mama, I love you. Mama, my friend.
I'm so dry fear. Look. First start. There's no 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's pretty cool. Man. Dancing in the Moonlight? That's what. Who wrote that song? I recognize the title. Maybe that's enough. A lot of people did it. Which one do you want? Thin Lizzy, Top Loader, Aaron Smith? Which one do you want, John? No, Mom, I love you like crazy, Lou. I like using that word on my show. Sorry. Some people say it's okay for me to be myself. Some people tell me that I should not be myself. Joan, which version? I found Dancing in the Moonlight. There's like tons of versions of that one. Which one? Top Loader. Thank you. I know I have a slow the chat always. Look, you're watching the King of Lo-Fi. The chat takes time. I am the king of acceptance. Think about it.
We get it almost every night. When that moon is big and bright as a supernatural.
out of sight. They don't bark and they don't bite. They keep their rules to keep tight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. Dancing in the moonlight. Everybody's feeling wrong and right. It's such a fun night inside. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. We like our fun when we never fight. You can dance and stay uptight. It's a super rapture of the night. Everybody was dancing in the moonlight. Dancing in the moonlight. Everybody's feeling wrong and right. It's such a fun night inside. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. We get it on every night. When that moon is red and bright, it's a super rapture all the night. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. Dancing in the everybody's feeling wrong and right. It's such a fun night inside. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. Dancing in the moonlight. Everybody's feeling warm and right. It's such a fun night inside. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. Dancing in the moonlight. Everybody's feeling warm and right. It's such a fun night inside. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight.
By request for Joan, Dancing in the Moonlight, a beautiful song, actually. I love that track. And Mom, thank you for everything. James and Joan, everybody else, Kim just joined. I've been a little bit emotional tonight. And I thank you guys for joining me in prayer. Usually I'm like Mr. like mega fun guy. Today I'm a little bit like, and I'm amazed that I actually have even more than a handful of people watching me. You guys are great. I know I freaked out a bunch of people, and that's okay. I know tomorrow's going to say like 1 million people watch and stuff, but people who have stayed in, and I'm glad I can play your music. Now the walrus just came back, and she said I can go on for another half an hour. So I'm gonna hide in music. And once again, Meredith, thank you. Meredith, you were my trigger, and it was brilliant. And Joan knows what I'm going to play next, because you're right. We should play happy music. You're watching the king of lo-fi.
The best?
I gave him a couple of jams.
Maybe next month.
I got a fucking cat. I'm almost sure that's what you have to I set up a jam and play with the father. Not Alicia and not me. But everything else got weird. And everybody's back to normal. I like that one.
You know why? Because it makes it like the slowest. Because it didn't make it drama or everything. But I still would go back. I would never talk to her. I would never talk to her like this.
I told her, I'm more sexual. The New Radicals. I love that song actually. When the first time I heard that song, it's kind of a one-hit wonder. Can you think of the Walrus just came back in? Can you think of a song from the New Radicals that was a follow-up hit?
I don't even know the New Radicals. So.
Look. Hold on a second. Boom. Oh, I have a go-to. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. Such a start out. But I don't know how to tell how to what to begin with. Okay, I had so much fun. I'm sorry, you know, when I was like,
No, I wouldn't have taken it back anyway. I would have said, I don't know, like, I would think.
I don't know. I said, yeah, I didn't tell my friend. He was like, yeah, but we've been together, but I don't understand. And I was like,
That's not my problem.
Every time you make a mistake, kind of and I'm sitting there today laughing like, wow, so studying all these ones. I did. And I said, for an hour. We took a break. And I was like, Alan, how did I get it? I was like, that's Philip. I don't know. It's not my job, right? Is the bass player know? Yeah, that's Philip. I don't know. And then they both had a night and that night. They both said, put the price back on.
Yeah, but I would have said, no,
I'm not a problem.
but I would have said, no, not now, maybe next month. I like my
That's a
job
good
like
one.
no, I would have said, I swear I like my job like that more.
I think, no, I didn't do that. I got my reaction on that. I was like, took away my price. Do I get it back on? And he was like, no, I'm still with you. So like, that's what he said back on. And I was like, okay, tell him what to do. And then I forgot to bring my notes. Ellen, can you tell me what notes to say? Yeah, the mind blank, right? Brain play, right? So I'm like, so you're in charge. Trust me, I get 3 good jokes for myself. I put it into the video. Took away my stripe on Thursday. Wait.
So I wouldn't have taken it back. I would have maybe later, but not today. I would have said, we'll think about it, but actually today I enjoy having my simple job.
No, look, I thought it was neat enough.
So I'm the one who let people then a little bit. This for at least 2 or 3 weeks.
This commercial says, do be clean.
I would have grilled him a little bit. No, I would have grilled him for at least 2 or 3. Yeah, but I would have grilled him at least for 2 or 3 weeks.
You get a fast car. I wanna take it to anywhere. Maybe we make it here. Maybe together we can get somewhere. Any place is better. Starting from zero, got nothing to lose. Maybe we'll make something.
It's like,
Me
it's like a game.
nothing to prove.
Yeah, but it's still like a game. Like give it off, give it to, give it off, give it to. It's like a 2 or 3 year kid learning how to hold cards.
You got a fast car. I got a plan to get us out of here, but you're looking at the convenience store. Managed to save just a little bit of money.
What
Won't
did
have
you
to
find
drive
some
too
people
far.
in New York because the years
Cross
now
the
people
border
do
and
anything,
into the
huh?
city. You and I
No,
can both
correct.
get jobs. Finally see what it means to be living.
CBD.
Okay.
See, my old man's got a problem. Yeah, but the bottle, that's the way it is. He says his body's too old for work.
Same as the other stuff.
To look like his. My mama went off and
Did you see
left
what I
him.
did with the land?
Wanted more than life that he could give. I said, somebody's got to take care of him. I quit school, that's what I did.
So I was laughing like
You got a fast car. Is it fast enough so you can fly away?
quiet. That was
You
like
gotta make it
inside.
Leave tonight,
Yeah.
live and die this way.
So it was
And I
funny.
kept on saying, they would ask me. They would ask me questions.
So remember when we were driving in your car, speed so fast until I got drunk. Sitting there staring out the bush, I'm going like strap around my shoulder.
That was what
And
to
I
do
feel
right now.
like
That
be someone,
I was like, that's
be someone.
so funny. That's the same one I wanted. He doesn't have a clue. You know what?
You got a fast car.
It was funny
We go
because I told
cruise and
the story
entertain
to
ourselves.
the
And then got jobs. Now work in the market as a checkout girl.
Like if I tell you from now on, I am the masseur.
You'll
But
find work now.
I get the money, but if I don't know how to do it, you will assist me.
I live in a house and live in the
But she
suburbs.
laughed also her ass off.
So remember when we were driving in your car, speed so fast and I got drunk. Sitting and stay out the bush, I'm so nice back on my shoulder. And a feeling that I belong. And a feeling I can be someone, be someone, be someone. You got a fast car. I got a job, pays all our bills. Sell, drinking, play that. Want some more your friends when you do your kids. I know it's hard for better. Maybe together, we can be fine. You got no plans and ain't going nowhere. Take your fast car and keep on driving.
What does she need you on the 27th? 22nd?
So remember when we were driving in your car, speed so fast until I got was drunk. Sitting last day out before us, I'm the nice guy around my shoulder. I had a feeling that I belong. I had a feeling I could be someone, be someone, be someone.
You won't understand that part, but that's okay.
You got a fast car. Fast enough so you can fly away.
I
You
will tell you
gotta
on
make a
Monday.
decision. Leave tonight or live and die this way.
She's my girl right now. Okay? She's my girl. I tell you, when I think about London, when I think about Florida, when I think about Trinidad, hey, the Walrus and I, we had these Trinidad flavors yesterday at the Salt and Pepper place. When I think about my mother's favorite song, I think about my second favorite song. And I like to always say the name the way it sounds phonetically. Eurythmics. You like that joke? Yuri Thymax, that's how you spell it. With their song called "Here Comes the Rain Again."
Here comes the rain, falling on my head like a memory, falling on my head like a new emotion. I want to walk in the open rain. I want to talk like lovers do. Want to dive into your ocean. Is it real?
Was in the air. Didn't touch me or was in the air. And now all of a sudden, the tell my children.
I would have taken it back.
Here comes the rain.
I just laughed in her face. I was like, I looked at her, I was like, whatever. How can I be normal? It's like I'm the type of myself. If I hear one note, I fix it. Sorry, I'm good at that. Take no notes from the one note part? No. I fixed it on it, but I didn't fix it. I just fixed it. Check on notes, I didn't fix it. Yeah, but I was on my show the other day. I was going back. It'd be nice if you showed up too. Well, they do. Too bad though, but
Here comes the rain again, falling on my head like a memory, falling on my head like a new emotion. I want to know in the open rain. I want to talk like lovers do. Want to dive into your ocean. Is it raining with you? Here comes the rain again. Falling on my head like a memory, falling on my head like a new emotion. I want to walk in the open way. I want to talk like lovers do. Want to dive into your ocean. Is it raining?
I'm so chat. Please forgive me. That was Yuri Thymax. Please forgive me. I had a little story to tell to the walrus, and I think the little story is finished. And I made her giggle a couple of times. So trust me, all is good in the hood. And look, everybody knows I love to play requests. And for some people, everybody has a different meaning. Now, I'm going to try not to get emotional again. Look, if anybody watched my Facebook show last night, when you eat ghost chilies, it's almost like you get emotional, except it's actually the ghost chili pepper that makes you tear, and everything comes out of your nose and out of your ears and out of your mouth and out of, trust me, comes out of everywhere. It kind of cleans.
You don't have to tell us that exactly what.
I didn't say it exactly. It comes, but look. I'm talking on a spiritual level. It's a cleansing. In the Bible, they talk about baptism. It's like John the Baptist. He would clean people's feet. It's a cleansing. It's just like do be clean. But I got a request here. I'm going to play this one. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi, and I honestly do hope it sounds great on your end. If it doesn't, then you really know that you're watching the King of Lo-Fi. But if it's a song that you particularly request, it doesn't really matter if it sounds like it's on a walkie-talkie, on a CB, on a ham radio. Doesn't really matter. Look. FM, when you're traveling between different states, and all of a sudden, oh, the radio station is fading. I think the Walrus knows that a little bit. You travel a little bit. As soon as if you're watching like a radio station from Vienna, and you go outside of Vienna, all of a sudden it starts to fade. And they tell you on the highway, actually, they put signs up, change out of this station, because it has to do with satellites and or whatever, all this stuff. But today's show, and I know I was talking about my show earlier today, and Meredith, you have one thing in common with the Walrus. And I'm right next in line. Meredith, actually, you got it first. Then came the Walrus. And my turn is coming up. I'm not going to get emotional this time. I'm going to try. He says, with fingers crossed, this is by request. Luther Vandross, Dance with My Father.
Back when I was a child, before life removed all the innocence, my father would lift me high and dance with my mother and me, and then spin me around till I fell asleep. Then up the stairs he would carry me, and I knew for sure I was loved. If I could get another chance, another dance with him, I pray a song that would never forget how I love to dance with my father
That's my father's dad. Meredith's dad, my dad, next night.
When I and my mother disagreed, to get my way I would run from her to him. He made me laugh just to comfort me. Yeah, yeah. Then finally make me do just what my mama said. Later that night when I was asleep, here the Lord under my sheet. Never dreamed that he would be gone from me. If I could steal one final glance, one final step, one final dance with him, I play a song that would make, 'cause I've known never to dance with my father again. Sometimes I listen outside my door, and I hear how my father cries again.
Yeah, too. That's a vibe. I've seen this stuff. I don't know why. That too. I can dance for this.
I know I'm praying for much too much. I couldn't say that the only man she loved. I know you don't do usually, but Lord, she's dying to dance with my father. Every night I fall asleep, and this is all I ever dream.
Oh, what a beautiful piece of music. Dedicated to everybody's dads. And I wrote it down in the chat. That's Meredith is from Arkansas. I wrote Arkansas as a joke. She likes that joke. That was her request. Look. And you're right, Joan. His voice is super, super great. When I say super great, I'm talking crazy blue. Okay? Okay. I'm 30 minutes late. Should I go now?
Mm-hmm.
Or do you want me to roll you a CBD joint?
I'm waiting for that actually.
I have to finish a cigarette first. You know. I mean, I could do two things. Hold on a second. That's right. I was talking about juggling the other day. I can juggle. Juggling. Look. Juggling is it a sport? Okay. I know I have, I have more than a handful. You guys are great. I'm going to play a song, which usually, I'm going to see what happens with my number. That's Boston for numbers. I'm going to see what happens with my number. Number. It sounds funny, doesn't it? I don't say numbers. I say number. I'm going to see what happens with my number. And I'm going to try. It's really hard to follow Luther Vandross. It's hard to follow that track. He is an awesome, super awesome singer. Beautiful, beautiful song. I don't know how far. I'll ask Walrus. Pop or deep?
Pop.
How about a compromise?
Don't ask questions.
No, I'm trying to make a joke.
Mm.
Like. I'm not in a good mood. I'm sorry.
Can you leave me out of your jokes and make jokes without me?
I can leave you
Why?
out. That's a perfect setup for my next song. I can leave you out of my jokes, but I would have to talk to the wind.
Set the straight man to the late man. Where have you been? I've been here and I've been there and I've been in between. I don't do
But it's weird.
I talk to
Wind doesn't hear me. I talk to the wind, but they don't hear
I'm on the outside, looking inside. What do I see? What's confusion, disillusion, all around me? I don't do my words are open away. I don't do it's not you. Cannot hear. You don't possess me. Don't impress me. Just upset my mind. Come to distract me or conduct me. Just use up my time. I talk to my words are okay. I talk to it's not
She got her 5 days. That's normal. Do it. My favorite guitar player. It's good, right? Roger Fripp. His first record, it's showing up, but it's good. In all terms. I Talks to the Wind. Oh, the first single from King Crimson. Look. I'm not here to educate. Look. Educate. Eradicate. Look. Look. I'm just here to play music in lo-fi. You're watching the king of lo-fi.
I gave you all the love I got. I gave you more than I could give. Gave you love. I gave you all that I have inside. You took my love. You took my love. Didn't tell you what I believe. Somebody say that a love like that won't last. Didn't give you all that I got to give you, baby. I gave you all the love I got. I gave you more than I could give. Gave you love. I gave you all that I have inside. You took my love. You took my love. I keep crying. Keep crying. Keep trying for you. There's nothing like you and I, baby. This is no ordinary love. No ordinary love. This is no ordinary love. No ordinary love. When you came my way, you frightened every day. Oh, sweet smile. Didn't I tell you that I believe? Somebody said that a love like that won't last. Didn't I give you all that I got to give? This is no ordinary love. No ordinary love. This is no ordinary love. No ordinary love. Keep trying. Keep trying for you. There's nothing like you
Sade. No ordinary love. Look. Sade, no ordinary love. You're watching the Blackie Fitzpatrick show. I know a lot of people. Look. Clink. Cheers from Vienna. I got to back up a little bit here. It is now 0215. Isabel is having fun with her CBD. Organic, actually. Super clean. Look. How do I follow up from Sade? I know Isabel doesn't like this part. My brother always tells me, he says, Blakey, tell everybody your connections. Does anybody, okay, and Isabel, this is, what do they call this? Rhetorical question. You don't have to answer. Does anybody care that I became friends with Sade's boyfriend? I'll be honest with you. I met what's her name? The other girl. What's that skinhead girl from Ireland? Sinead O'Connor. Does anybody care that I met her husband, the father of her kid? Look, these stories are boring. Nobody cares. Her brother's like, he says, Blakey. No, he calls me dude man. He's like, he said, just say Sade. Just say Sinead O'Connor. And all I'm thinking to myself is, look, in a moment, I'm thinking to myself, I want to make, and I've been doing dedications tonight, a lot actually. And it has been a little bit emotional. Don't ash into the weed.
Yeah, it's like, sorry.
I've been doing take two. I've been doing dedications tonight, and you guys have been great. Thank you for the warm-up party, and thank you guys for the real show. I think we're in the real show. I don't even know. Reality is, this is what I'm talking about. Reality is there's a moment 100% million times a gajillion. It has to do with a breath. I talk about this a lot on my show. If you're breathing and whatever, right? Blah, blah, Nyborg. And look. But breathing, look, without this stuff, it's like game over. So if one has a breath inside of their body and they think about it, there's a word for that. I don't know if it's English or American or Latin, but I think it's called aha. Sorry, that was good. You know what I was going to play? That was good. I'm a good DJ.
I don't know what to say anyway. Today is a Friday,
You turned down when it got quiet. That was good. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. That was Aha. I actually said it before, but nobody knew what I was talking about. That was a one-hit wonder. I tell you, that's not, they're from Sweden as well, right? IKEA. Look. The song, actually, I think it's brilliant. And no, Meredith came into the chat and she says, Blakey. I remember that when that video came out, it was actually groundbreaking. And no, I remember I played it to my daughter when she was a baby, and she loved the music, and she loved the video because it's like they're drawing sketches and stuff. It's like artwork and stuff. So it's actually really correct, Meredith. It's a great video. And there's so much great music that it's, look. Enjoy. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi.
Come on,
Kate Bush running up that hill. Look. You're watching the Black of His Best show. This is the pretend. When I do this, it's pretend. See? It makes it look like I'm thinking. I already have the songs set up, right? I'm telling you guys behind the scenes stuff. Actually, no, I do have a real itch here. Look! I will tell you everything, but here's where the story ends. Up.
Places I've gone, where we feel dancing light. Make you see how we pull it down, for the dancing. Here's where the story ends. I see real pain, sharing the good side. You see how we pull it down and on the outside. Here's where the story ends. Here's where the story ends. It's not listening on the time of year. It's always in the soul. I've never seen the sign. It makes you mad. You're all you from. It's not listening on the time of year. It's always in the It's the memories we shine. Maybe the nights are lazy and dry, places I go, you feel so tired. You can see how we pull it down, and on the outside. Here's where the story ends. Here's where the story ends. It's not listening on the time of year. It's always when it's so. And you ever live makes you cry. I've been definitely sad, but the dance is shine. I know you're but the only thing I ever really wanted to slide was wrong. It's not loose, no the time of the year. It's
I tell you. Look, I got one more song, then I'm going to kill this show. Oh, it is now 0241. The Walrus keeps on turning it down and down. So it looks like it's quiet library zone. So turn it up for you guys on your end. That was a lot. Another one-hit wonder. A bunch of heroin junkies who, for some reason, they got enough money to, probably not a lot, but enough money for heroin. And they made that song, and then they died. A lot of people don't know that story. Look, they're very, very interesting. Look. Okay, they're done. I'm going to play one more. Look. Only because, look, I just got some great news from Ben Arslan. I actually had to pull my calendar out. Isabel was going, why did you pull the calendar out? I just got some great news from Mr. Ben Arslan from Nashville, and I wrote it down on the calendar. And look. If anybody saw my Facebook shows yesterday, salt and pepper, there's an expression in English, we call it, take it with a grain of salt. Is there an expression like that in German? I don't know. But take it with a grain of salt. Makes me think about like coffee. Whoa, I'm awake now. It makes me think about coffee. Take it with a grain of salt. Why would I think about salt and then think about coffee at the same time? Hold on a second. Why would I think about photography? If anybody can guess this one, you get 1 Bitcoin. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. Thank you guys. You guys have been great. I feel it. Good. I got fired. I feel it. Kicking and screaming. Kicking and screaming. Look. I love everything about that song. I'll be honest with you. I'm going to, whoa. I'm thinking of a color. Whoa. You really don't feel anything? Okay, good. Okay, I'm getting sleepy, but I want to play. When I think of that track from the group called Filter, take a picture. Oh, man. YouTube would tell me I should play all these songs, but I'm going to go to this one. And don't judge me, please. You are watching the King of Lo-Fi.
For you, I bleed myself How they shine for me, and all the things that you do. People trying back in the Bible. Several other don't see trying hard to make people forget to be creative. Watching her life, she must have so smile for his nostalgic tale. Never come and live what you wanted to say, only to realize never really was. She as she rises to her apology, everybody else wants to know. Don't you run, you can still there's a place in your life. Someday someday she will return. She will everybody else wants to know. Don't you know?
You've been watching the Black Spirit Special Show. Look on the Alec Whittier channel on YouTube. You guys are awesome, and I love you. God bless you.